Once a sailor sailing the sea, once a sailor born to be free. Once a sailor, but now I've become a pirate for the rum.
Once a farmer plowing my field, once a farmer pitchfork I wield.
Once a farmer, but now I've become a pirate for the rum.
Once a blacksmith hammering steel, once a blacksmith fixing your wheel.
Once a blacksmith, but now I become a pirate for the rum.
Once a beggar sitting in the streets, once a beggar begging for a treat.
Once a beggar, but now I become a pirate for the rum.
Once a miner working the mines, once a miner where the sun never shines.
Once a miner, but now I've become a pirate for the rum.
Once a tanner made leather a belt, once a tanner rich but I smelled.
Once a tanner, but now I've become a pirate for the rum. Once a barmaid, but now I've become a pirate for the rum.
Once a soldier patrolling the streets, once a soldier with taking my beats.
Once a soldier, but now I've become a pirate for the rum.
Once a cleric walking God's way, once a cleric to the Lord I pray.
Once a cleric, but now I've become a pirate for the rum.
Once a gilder making overlays of gold, once a gilder making beautiful and bold.
Once a gilder, but now I've become a pirate for the rum.
Once a hangman stringing folks up high, once a hangman an unpleasant way to die. Once a hangman, but now I become a pirate for the rum.
Once a pirate pillaging the sea, once a pirate, no taste for me. Once a pirate, but now I become, no, we will always be pirates.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Hey, how you doing? It's Dude Boy Orc Boy. And this is Gretchen Verdello, the Sea Hag.
Nah, the Sea Hag.
Good morning. What's up, freaking Rican? How you doing, dude? Happy Tuesday to you. It's kind of like my Monday today. It's my Monday.
And there is
Check
only
out.
one thing we say to death. Not today.
Not today, Death. Check out this cool greenhouse I built. Got ourselves a nice little greenhouse, dude. We can grow all our hemp in there. We can grow a whole bunch of hemp inside. Ooh, 28 fertilizer. Let's go. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Check out this greenhouse, dude. Frickin' state of the art. High quality greenhouse. We can grow some bud. I've been needing the rest of the fertilizer. Hello. Hey, Cyber Jarl. Hello. Good morning. Another day in paradise. It's just another day in the park. 5,400, 5,400, okay. So, this one's low on fertilizer for some reason. Wait. Going really well. It's going good. Took the day off yesterday. And feeling rested, recovered, relaxed. Another week in the land of Atlas. Oh yeah, those peppers and chilies. Those peppers and chilies. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Nice, we got a bear cart. Heck yeah, dude. There it is. Oh. Did those trade deals go through? So far only one trade deal has gone through. Darn old. Looks like us and this company are trading right now, but no one else. Alright. Put the harvest away. And check the flag. It's getting a little low on gold. Not low, but you know, getting lower. Let me grab the rubies, these, the gold, silver. Leave this stuff in. So we're trading for that stuff, so leave that in. But we got some silver ingots, some nice stuff from the trade. That was pretty cool. Cyber Jarl watch a streak reach. Cyber Jarl is currently on a 5-stream streak. Hey, dude. Thank you so much. That's really nice. Admiral Dark Void says, guess who's on? Oh. You playing, dude? Did you get on the server? It's a cool server, huh? I'm gonna split this in half. Put it in the flag. It cost us like 70 something gold, 72 gold every 12 hours to claim this island. Oh, there's a sunken Karaka on the map. Oh no. What happened to your Karaka? Damn, there it is. In the water. Karaka. The Karaka. I was thinking about making maybe like a Corsair Brigantine today. Looks like here's another one. This is a Karaka too, I believe. Let's go take a look here. Ooh. Wait, is this a Corsair Brigantine? Alright, I think it is actually. A Corsair. Let's look. Options, ship properties, Corsair Brigantine. Yeah, buddy. There it is. These are pretty good. I might make another one for like a battleship. But let's just take a look in here. This looks more like a hauler, you know. I'm getting hauler vibes from it. Although it does have a few gun ports. It does actually have some gun ports. Are these the Klinger gun port? Let me check. Medium gun port. Okay, okay. So there is one called the Klinger gun port. I think it's a little stronger for battle, you know. And it's the only gun port that can anchor like the Ship of the Damned cannons and stuff, because once you start fighting ships, you can get all these crazy cannons. but they won't snap into a regular gun port. They gotta snap into a Klinger gun port. Let me check here. Klinger. See, I can't actually make it, but I could have swore I saw a blueprint for one. Yeah, right here. Klinger gun port. Ship of the damn cannons. R.I.P. Oh no, did the stream go down? Are we down? No. Clingy gun ports. Rip about the ship. I know. Isn't that a shame? My first thought goes to the net going down. The drag net. The net's a drag. Brought to you by AWS Amazon. Yeah, the whole world is in our cloud. Oops, we had an outage. Oops, we've got an outage. If it's a Klinger gun port, then doesn't wear a dress and say, I don't want to be here? Oh my god, dude. Did you have that happen to you before? Like on a date or something? Can't really blame you, but no, the stream is fine so far. Ah, nice. I know. All that dang old data gets sucked out. As soon as the cable guy comes on the street, dude, I'm like, oh no. That's what I hate to see, a cable truck drive by. Somewhere down the line, it's going to come offline. Like they're going to be doing some maintenance around here. Which means mine that'll probably tank. That's the character off of the show MASH. Oh yeah. They tried to get kicked out of the army. Basically, he was trying to get kicked out of the war by wearing a dress. And it didn't even work. They were like, "No, dude, we still need you to be here. We still need you." I didn't like MASH when I was a kid. Hey!
Yes, Mr. Pigeon. We heard about your bounty, and we're coming for that bounty. We've heard about your bounty, Mr. Pigeon. We've heard about your bounty.
Check out the cool greenhouse that I built yesterday. It's a cozy little greenhouse. It's nothing, it's not like some massive undertaking. It's a cozy greenhouse. Check that bad boy out, dude. We have food. We have food. I made a couple hundred fish and chips and a couple hundred pork pies. Check that out. Oh, wait. Not that. In here. Ooh, look at all that delicious food, dude. And we got some spiced rum. We're really living like pirates over here. We got food and rum. No bounty, no idea what you're talking about. Oh, man. It's been pretty good so far. Pretty fun. The only thing I have on the horizon as far as the stream and gaming goes is November 1st, I believe, is another M&M playtest, which I might get in on, or I might not. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of 50-50 on it. And then the Red Dead server that I was on is going through a big offline maintenance. They're rebooting the server and all that other stuff, re-rolling it and getting it all working nice. And so I'm excited for that still because I really enjoyed it. And I was having fun with that character. That Mongo character was a ton of fun. Like the farmer. It just worked really well. Do you have to have crew to sail a ship? You'll have to manually sail the ship at first until you get enough coin to buy some crew. The crewmate costs 5 gold plus maintenance upkeep. They require gold every few hours. So what you can do is, if you go up to your sail, let me get on this ship. If you go up to your sail, you can hold down E, and you can open the sail, you can close the sail, you can rotate the sail manually. So if you want to turn it 75 degrees to the port side, or get up in here, rotate it 75 degrees to the starboard. You can manually sail your ship. Get out there, sail around by the free port, find a couple of boxes out on the sea, like some flotsam, and get some coin, and then go back and buy a crew member, and then you can assign them to run the sails. So you're going to have to kind of manually sail for a little bit till you get a few gold coins, enough to purchase a NPC crewmate. You mean we gotta pay them? What happened to the days of the galleys? Yeah, they'll mutiny. They will mutiny on you, dude, if you don't keep a little coin in their pocket. A little coin. You gotta keep a bit of coin in there. Like that mummy from Scooby-Doo. You guys remember that mummy dude that was going for his ancient coin? And he was yelling, he was running around yelling, coin, coin. Yeah, dude. You don't want to run into that mummy. You don't want to run into that mummy, dude. When I was a kid, I used to be so scared of that mummy. Coin. Coin. Alright, we got some oil in there. Okay, so what do I want to do today? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? We got food. We got basic armor. I've got a rifle. I could get some more shipwrecks and get some more coin. Do a little diving, which isn't bad. I could use some. What else do we need to build? A battleship pretty much would be pretty nice. I think the Kraken's Horde might be a battleship. I'll have to check with Roland. Oh, the tavern. Okay, okay. The tavern is in the house pack. It's pretty far down there. Let's go look. 12 and another 14 points, so that's a lot. Yeah, I might have to respec. Because I can't ride animals either, and I kind of needed to respec for that. Let me see. More crops. We already got our farm going now. We've got plenty of food for a while, so I could probably dump the entire farming tree. Yeah. I'm going to respec. Oh, let's do this real quick. Make sure our farms have fuel. Deathwish Pigeon, what are you getting into today, dude? What's going on in the pigeon land? Okay, so this thing is mining. It's got fuel. And this thing's farming. This has fuel. And I did make an improved... this is an improved farm. A journeyman one, I believe. Journeyman farm. But it still only says outdoor efficiency 0.75%. So I don't know. I don't know if it's getting more or not. It's supposed to gather at like 123 or maybe 133% more gathering rate. Or so 33% more, I guess. Nice, that elephant's splashing around out there. Doing a little splashing. Splash. Alright, let me respec. I want to be able to ride the animals. I need to be able to ride. And I want to make the tavern. Okay. Fortitude, we're going to go 5 points. Actually 10 points into fortitude. That'll help. And then I usually just go health at first. Alright. Construction. Houses. Where's the tavern? Is it disabled? Yeah, I'm supposed to be able to make the tavern. And I'm not seeing it. House Pack Tavern. Okay. And it's not showing up in the smithy or the Klinger smithy. So it's probably disabled, I would think. Too bad. Because it's a really good... It allows you to recruit crew. Well, damn, I feel like I wasted the points now. I wasted the respec. I'm just gonna respec again. Fuck it. Alright. Well, let's get Beast Mastery. The Beast Master. You want to get tier 3. Tier 3 beast. And then let's see. Do I really want that? Prove nature's touch. Okay. You can heal. Yeah, that's fine. It's only what? 7 more points? 11? Additional carts is pretty cool. I like the carriage too. Ooh, rally the troops and reload overdrive. Those are some of my favorite abilities. Seamanship. Let's see. Corsair Galleon is pretty badass, dude. I'm kind of thinking of building one. Yeah. Corsair Galleon. Ooh. That'd be nice. We gotta unlock Potato Land. Better tools. Ooh. Crafting, farm. So many options. The shoe specials, I don't know what those are. What makes them different? We already got the greenhouse. Ooh, the improved kitchen. Cake, potato meal, all that stuff. Decoration. Ooh, that's cool. Barn. Cargo rack, okay. I'm just looking. Should probably get artillery. Damn, you have to go through all these trees to get to artillery? Fucking A. That's crazy. I like improved hand harvesting, but I'm going to be using the tames, so. Damn, 35 points just to unlock artillery. That's crazy. Crazy. Grab this. Grab this. Ooh, improved cannons, nice. Alright. So. Corsair Galleon. It's going to be a big project. We also need these sails. Corsair Galleon. It's a big project. There it is. Those catamarans look pretty cool too. Yeah. So, Corsair Galleon, it takes large planks and ports, large decks. And it should start off with at least 12,000 per plank, which is pretty good. Alright, let's see here. Should be able to get the elephant, right? Wonder which one's the best one. 62, 62. Okay, there he is. Level 62 elephant. I'll need to go make a tier 3 saddle. A little saddle. Weight 2240, that's not bad. Okay. Let's go get a saddle for this guy. See if there's one in here, actually. Oh. Alright, let's go make one. Tier 3 saddle. Okay, let's name this guy. What should we name him? Jack the elephant. There it is. Jack the elephant. Let's go. I should probably give him some food, right? Ooh, toggle mating. That's cool. I didn't know they could do it inside the pen, but it makes sense. Alright, elephant, let's go. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. So these elephants are pretty good at getting wood. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of wood for that galleon. Good thing this island is very dense. Highly dense in trees. We can also throw away the extra herbs that we're not going to use. Same thing with the berries. Am I overworking the elephant? Maybe a little bit. I have a an animal heal. A soothing animal heal. Deforestation time. Let's go. We gotta build a galleon. Massive battleship. I should be smelting alloy as well while I'm out here. Ooh, wild rice. The elephant has to rest occasionally too, so you when you come in, you dump all these herbs and stuff. You're also allowing the elephant to get a little rest. But look at that, dude. That's a lot of wood so far. Ooh, look at all the rice seed. I don't really need it. Throw it away. Nice. Yep, that is a lot of wood. Alright, we better go and unload. Elephant is getting quite heavy. That's an understatement. This elephant is getting quite heavy. Got all that wood. So full of wood. Morning wood. So what you do now is you open it up and you popcorn all this wood, which throws it on the floor, kind of toward the base, you know. Throw it on the floor. Poop, 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 poop. You can see it all falling down. Poop, 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 poop. Now all the wood's on the floor. You hit your F key to pick it all up. And now I'm overweight, but I have all the wood that the elephant was holding. And I just bring it in the base and drop it off. Cheating, huh? It's pretty much cheating. Man, that orc boy's a cheater, man. Did you see what he did when he moved all that wood? What a cheater. Check out this cheat. If you swing your punch, you get a little movement boost while you're encumbered. What a cheater. Actually, I'm going to put it in here. We got 18k oak. It's a lot of oak, right? But not nearly enough for a galleon. We're building the biggest ship in the game. The galleon. Ponce de Leon. We're building a battleship, dude. I'm building a battleship today. We're gonna get out there and we're gonna frickin' sink some pirate vessels. Just riding around on an elephant. I was watching an Atlas stream the other day. It was on Radioactive, I think. Yeah, Radioactive. There was a guy yesterday. He was on Radioactive. And apparently Radioactive is having a wipe this week. But he had this, it was like him and some friends, and they all had their own ship. It was like a little fleet of 3. And they were running around, they were fighting pirates and stuff. And the one guy, he had this like schooner. He had this crazy build on the back of it, like some tall double-deckered platform or something hanging off the back of his ship with like 20 cannons back there, dude. He had a big old ass blaster, dude, just riding around, ass blasting. But it was cool to see them in their 3 ships, you know, they had a little fleet. A little ass blaster. I've built ships with that same design before, back in the day when I was pretty new. I would build an ass blaster and kite the ships of the damned, you know. But I prefer now more to do like broadsides. I'm a broadside guy now. Used to be an ass blaster. Now I'm a broadsider. It's much more enjoyable to pull up in and frickin' unload, dude, with a big broadside. Alright, let's get in there. Let's get some more wood. We got a galleon to build. Galleon. I don't know. I might build a ship of the line. I'm not sure which one. I think they're both kind of the same, but the ship of the line is pretty nice. They're about the same amount of planks and stuff. So I'm just trying to think, like, should I do galleon or should I do ship of the line? I think galleon looks a little better. Ship of the line is pretty cool too, though. I have had one, and I have sailed one in the past. I feel like they sail pretty much the same. The Corsair Galleon might be a little faster though, so I'll probably go with that. There we go. Big old elephant. Look at that big old elephant. I will say this about the server, it's pretty nice, is seems to have a pretty good respawn rate on stuff like trees and things like that. Because look, the forest behind me is already respawning. Pretty good respawn rate on resources. Alright. Let's unload this beast of burden. Gotta fat walk it in. That's what they call it. Fat walking. When you're just full of resources and you're walking kind of slow. It's kind of rude, huh, to call it that. That's what they call it. Oh yeah, 23k wood. I think we need like 100k, dude. It's so much wood. Throw that down. Let's look in here, see if we have done anything. Nah, we'll just leave that there. Because we have some trades set up, so we have to have some resources in there. Yep, just keep getting wood, I know. God, Orc Boy, what is this, a wood stream? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much a wood stream. We gotta get the Dread Hag running. What should we name our battleship, our pirate ship? Our big pirate ship, dude. What should we call it? It's a morning wood stream. Let's go. It's a good day to be a woodlouse, that's for sure. A good day to be a woodlouse. Let's see, our pirate ship. I usually go with Dread Hag, right? But it's kind of generic. What could we call it? Ooh, and we got to get pumpkin cannons too. If we can. Let's see. Salty Hag. The Lusty Hag. Ooh, the Lusty Hag would be pretty good. The musty hag. Even better. Hag's breath. The Haagen-Dazs. It's a play on hags and ice cream. Let's go. Haagen-Dazs. What about the greedy hag? That'd be pretty good. For some reason, I also liked Hag's breath. I don't know. Sounds like a herb or something. You know what I mean? Some kind of like magic herb. Go collect 20 hag's breaths and bring them back to me. Where I be? B2. Southwest. Hague Island. Just look for the big Hague banner. The big Hague flag. Secret retreat. Yeah, it's a good island. It's been a good island so far. We've got some rattlesnakes. And I've seen a few bees. But other than that, it's not a whole lot of deadly animals. I think I saw a scorpion once as well. I think I saw a scorp one time. But other than that, it's been pretty chill. B2. The best grid in the game. All the Darksiders are like, no, it's not. No, it's not. B2. You sank my battleship. Dang. Must have went through a huge rice patch. Because I had like 300 seeds. You don't know if it's on purpose, but the way the game identifies the grid sectors reminds you of the Battleship game. Yeah, Battleship was a cool game when I was young. You know, I played it a bunch of times. I liked I hated Monopoly, but I liked what was it called? I think it was called Trouble. And it had like this little Popo bubble, dude. Like the dice were inside this little poppy bubble. and you would push it, and it'd be like click, click, and the dice would roll. That was a cool device, dude. Whoever came up with the Pop-O-Matic bubble, dude, freaking genius. Genius. Whoa, girl. Whoa. I miss Mongo already. I want to play more Red Dead. I want to play more Mongo. What are we up to? 32k oak. That's not bad. I'd like to get a little over 100k oak before I start the galleon. Same thing with thatch too. I'm gonna have to get the giraffe out and do some thatching as well. Do a little Margaret Thatcher. We're going to have to get out the giraffe and do a little Thatcher. Ooh, that's a pretty blue parrot right there. We'll have to tame some parrots at some point too. I made a bunch of hardtack. Ooh, I just killed that parrot. I made a bunch of hardtack, which is a parrot's favorite food, right? It's like a cracker. Cracker. So I might tame a parrot or two for the shoulder. Honestly impressed I know about her. Yeah, I mean, I don't pay too much attention to politics, but it gets shoved down our throats, you know what I mean? Like, we can't avoid it, really. We can't avoid it. Every day, you log on to your computer, and the front page has something. Every day you turn on the TV and there's some blurb about something. Open up social media. It's all over the place. And you can kind of guide your own algorithm, you know, like you could say not interested, not interested, not interested. Start putting, you know, saying you are interested in things that you want to see, like gaming clips and stuff like that. And it'll roll like that for like a week or two, and then it just kind of reverts back to shoving politics down your throat. Yeah, you can get like a week away from it if you're like really determined to get away from it, and you do all the things, and then it just slowly like trickles back in, you know what I mean? It shows back up. Impossible to avoid these days? Yeah, I mean, and it's also like even if you're watching a movie, an unrelated movie in like a fantasy genre, they're gonna slip something in, you know, little subliminality. Time to go back to physical media, Cyber Jarl. VHS tapes, consoles. Live in a bunker. Live in a bunker and watch like Buffy the Vampire Slayer for the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't sound half bad. It doesn't sound half bad. Get me one of those bikes, you know. I have to bike for like an hour and a half each day to charge up the battery enough to watch 5 episodes of Buffy. Let's go. Bring me back to a simpler time. I used to have an exercise bike at my old place. It was one I found on the side of the road. It was like this giant... It probably belonged to a gym or something at one point in time. But it was this massive like machine, this bike machine. And I had it in my living room. And it was pretty nice because I would sit in front of the TV. I would put on a YouTube of like biking around London or biking through the Alps, or you know, just they had all these crazy like bike videos where it was from the perspective of like as if you were the biker, you know. And then I would ride my exercise bike while watching those. It was really nice. It worked really well. It was pretty good. It was a big machine though. It was like way too big for the space I had. Ooh, we're gonna pick up that poop. Poop! That's fertilizer. It's fert. That was actually really fun. I really enjoyed that. Oh, I can't make fertilizer. I'm not a farmer anymore. Alright. Never mind. Forget the poop. We've already got fertilizer being automatically made in the livestock barn, so I don't really need to manually make any. I'm very tempted to try and get another one, like maybe another exercise bike. Something that's a little more modern, a little smaller. Because it was nice, dude. And those videos were really what killed it. They made it, like, fun. Hey, Crystal Wind Gaming, how are you? Oh God, she hasn't risen from the dead, has she? It is October. The season of zombies, exactly, dude. How you doing today? We're gathering a bit of wood. We're doing a little elephant riding. Getting some wood. I want to do a Corsair galleon. I want to make like a battleship. I'm ready to get out there and do some battling. So, in order to make a real nice battleship. Oops, I killed a chicken. But make a good battleship, I feel like I should do a galleon. And so we're gonna need a lot of wood. A lot of wood. Galleons are... It's like 100,000 of each resource, you know what I mean? It's like 100,000 of the triple of the main three, and then it's like maybe 10 or 20,000 metal. Not to mention all the cannons and stuff. That'll be probably another 20,000 metal. But with the elephant here, we are able to gather a whole bunch of wood. Much more wood than I can gather with an axe, that's for sure. You done goofed. In other news, you bought a random mystery GW box, praying for some SM stuff to go DA into. You do Dark Angels. You got some Cities of Sigmar stuff, can't do anything with, and like some custom resin Imperial Assassin something or others. Doing good otherwise though. Nice, dude. Little mystery box. Reading the side of the resin supports, it's a custom squad of Vindicare. All right, another load of wood. $41K. Oof. It's taking a while, isn't it? 41. So we're about 60K wood because I could use ash as well. Ash is native to our island. So oak and ash. Oak and ash and thorn, my friends. Oak and ash and thorn. Look at all this food, though. Fish and chips. Mmm. Oh, yeah. And a pork pie. Wash it all down with some water, maybe a little grog. Let's have ourselves a grog as well. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about. A nice, tasty grog for me lips. Nyah, nyah. A nice, tasty grub.
It's been a while since I've done the Gretchen voice. She's kind of like a witch, you know, like a hag. She's just a hag. You can name the new ship the Hagrid. Ooh, I see what you did there. I like it. We could do we could do a picture of like the sea hag with a huge beard. Let's look. With a huge beard. Oh my god, look at this. Look at the beard, dude. That looks good. That's hilarious. That looks like the Sea Hags like baseball team or something. You know what I'm saying, dude? The Sea Hags baseball team, bro. Na 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 na. Charge. You're a hag, Harry. You're a hairy hag.
Ah, thanks, lad, thanks. I got 2 long hairs coming right out of my chin, and I leave them. I love them. I wax them. I floss them.
Isn't it kind of weird how various moles will grow a single hair out of the middle of them? Dude, have you ever seen that before? Like someone has just like a mole, and then the mole has like a single hair coming out of the middle of it. Why? Why is it always one hair in the middle? Is it a giant follicle like gone mutant or what? Probably, dude. Probably something about the follicle. Yeah, it probably is, dude. You know? A mutated follicle. You're a mutant, Harry. You're a hairy mutant. Ah, thank you. Thank you. I feel like a hairy mutant. Apparently, there's going to be a new Toxic Avenger movie coming out, which is kind of interesting. I do like Toxie, or whatever his name is. Let me see. Or there was one apparently in 2023. Let me see. And there might be a new one, I guess, coming out soon. Yeah. Toxic Avenger 2023. I didn't know about it until just the other day. I was like, what the hell? There was a new one? I'll have to watch it. Alright, we need to get into those larger clusters of trees. It's getting slim pickings over here. When I'm swinging the tusks around, I want to hit like 3 trees, you know? When I'm swinging the tusks around, I want multiple trees. You're more familiar with the cartoon The Toxic Crusader? You know, it's funny because the 80s idea of toxic waste always like glowed and was kind of, it seemed like more like it was like radioactive, you know. But in reality, toxic waste is just like chemical, like melted plastic and frickin', you know, it's like, it's still gross, but it's not like they portrayed it. Doesn't glow, that's for sure. It's just like fucking runoff, you know? Like when you're making plastics, there's like a liquid or something that starts to pool. Or even when you're doing something like leatherworking and tanning and stuff like that, you're gonna have like a juice, you know, or like just like a waste product. A lot of companies try to recycle it into something else. You mean the idea of both toxic waste and or radioactivity caused mutations giving people powers is actually absurd. In reality, they would just die from cancer. Yeah, no, I know. Like Peter Parker, for example. You know? He's sneaking around the freaking lab, gets bit by a crazy spider, and then just becomes a spider creature, you know? They're cool stories, though. But I feel you, dude. It's weird. Sometimes it's a little weird. What happened? What was the best one? Yeah, it's fantasy, exactly. Oh yeah, now that's some good coffee. Whoa. Whoa, girl. Whoa, settle down. Alright, let's throw all this wood on the floor. All that wood. Do 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 do. Bum 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 ba la 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 la. We're gonna make a galleon. We're gonna need a lot of wood. Gonna make a galleon. We're gonna make a lot of wood. $51,000. $76 large planks. Wow. That's a lot of large planks, dude. Holy smokes! Large fry, pie, large coffee. Do you got that in there? Large pie, fry, large coffee. If I catch you boys a whacking in my camper. Oh, I can't even make alloy, can I? Let me look real quick. We need metallurgy. Ooh. I don't think I have enough points to get to it, honestly. Metallurgy. You need to be a metallurgist. What in the hell's a metallurgy? I like a... What the hell's a metallurgy? Metallurger. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Metallurger. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, let's do a 5-minute AFK break. A small health break. And I'll be right back. Don't forget to follow, like, and subscribe. It helps us out tremendously. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Hey, Raina, how you doing? Good morning. All right. Took a small little AFK break, and let's get back out there. We're farming wood. We're riding around on Jack the Elephant, doing a little wood gathering here. I want to build a galleon. Doing good. How am I doing? Fantastic. It's a beautiful Tuesday. And we're playing some Atlas, one of my favorite games. And we're going to build a galleon. Big ol' honkin' galleon, dude. Is it a new island? No, this is our island. This is how much clear cutting I've been doing. That's how many trees are knocked down right now. Yeah, it grows back pretty quick, but so this elephant is a wood gatherer. So you can see here, every swing of his trunk, he's knocking down trees, gathering wood. The giraffe is a thatch gatherer. The bear can swipe ground clutter and get a whole bunch of fiber. Yeah. Big. This is big gathering here, big time gathering, because you come up to a cluster of trees and the trunk is actually hitting all of them. You see, so it's like boom, 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 just getting all that wood, all that big old wood. I'm usually hauling in about 10, 15,000 at a time. I need about 100,000 for the galleon. Yeah, they fit in the barn. They so there's a tame house, and I'll show you, because I know you're interested in taming and stuff too, and I know you like tames. There is a tame house, and you can like digitally store them in it. You can upload them into the tame house. You got your own barn? No, you can. You can have your own barn. There's a few things. There's a few things that us as a company are only allowed to have one of, which is like the automatic farm and the automatic mine. You can only have one per grid per company, and it funnels it all over to our warehouse. And so those are limited. But so this tame house here, this like barn / tame house thing, if you look at the tame information here on the left here, we have, these are all the things we have stored in it. They're actually like stored inside. Cows, pigs, bears, bunch of elephants. And then there's also like a fertilizer inventory. It'll fill up with fertilizer as they live in the barn. There's a chicken coop. There's a bunch of cool stuff. Here's a bear. This bear has a wagon on the back, like a storage crate that you can put stuff in. It gives it a little weight reduction, so you could fill this up with wood. And you can do a lot of farming. The elephants are better, obviously, because they gather the wood and they can hold all the weight. Even a giraffe in there, exactly. But it's nice because it stores them digitally, stores them without taking up an asset on the server grid. On really large servers where you have like 5 to 10 different companies per island, you kind of need stuff like that. Because if everybody has 30 tames out, it starts to bog down the grid, A lot of servers have rules where you can only have like 20 tames or 30 tames out at the same time. If you're on an RP server and your character is like a breeder, for example.
Not to worry, I have a permit. This just says I can do what I want.
If you're on an RP server or something and your character's a breeder, for example, you could probably have even more creatures out than the limit, as long as you put them all away when you're done breeding. You're allowed to have a little more out while you're breeding them and stuff like that, but can't leave them out. You know, you got to put them away. Or what they'll do is the admins will come by and like just poof them. In severe cases, like usually they won't just come by and poof them without saying anything, but they'll be like, hey, you know, you got 77 tames out on your docks. Can you put them away or clean them up or thin them out? Poor little piggy. Pumbaa. Pumbaa. Poor little Pumbaa. Got gored by an elephant. Woo! There we go. Get all that sweet, sweet wood. We're making a galleon. It's gonna take a lot of wood. Galleon. All right, keep on gathering, baby. The rhino is really good at gathering stone and metal and stuff. We could tame some rhinos. Rhinoceri. I believe the rhinoceroses, their favorite food is turnips, I think. You can tame them pretty easily and quickly using turnips. Each different tame has like a favorite food. Any kind of food will work. You know, like you can tame a rhino using berries, but it's going to take twice the time as if you tried to tame the rhino using its favorite food. I need a parrot. I want some parrots, dude. Bacon. If you tame a rhino, I hope you name it Rocksteady. Yeah, dude. Bebop. Rocksteady. Bebop was my favorite of the two because he had like cooler fashion and more of like an 80s aesthetic, you know. I liked Bebop a little better. He was cool, dude. He was cool, dude. Personality was so much different. Miss Piggy and Pork Chops were yours? Nice, dude. Bebop was indeed the coolest. He was, huh? He had like the best fashion and he was like a chill dude. Oh, this elephant's got a lot of wood.
Come here, I'm gonna eat you. Get in my belly.
I like this scene where he's laying in bed with that bucket of chicken, dude, and he's all greased up, like chicken greased. These two were too dumb to be really evil. They could have been turtle friends if Shredder didn't get to them first. Yeah, you're right about that. They were pretty chill dudes, you know. They were just like, they were on the struggle bus, you know. They were like poor minimum wagers that were just on the struggle bus, you know. And Shredder came along offering a job, easy money. They took the offer. Check out our cool greenhouse, Raina. Check that out, dude. We got a little greenhouse. We're growing some veggies and delicious herbs. They were definitely redeemable. I liked the neutrinos, dude, from the Dimension X or whatever, from Krang's Dimension. They were like 50s style teens, but they had like Jetsons technology, you know? They were like 50s style with Jetsons tech. The neutrinos. Yeah, they were like Vespa kids. Yeah, exactly. Come pulling up in a floating Cadillac. You feel behind? We got a few ships. We have a schooner. We have a brigantine, and we have a little, I think it's a chalupa, or maybe it's something else. The fish mongrel. It's like a little fishing ship. We have some fish traps out in our bay. They look like little ships, but they're just traps. And we take our little fish mongrel out and we pick up the traps and we go back and we process the fish. We end up with like a few hundred fish. We cooked food, so I actually we took a lot of the vegetables and stuff that we grow and all that stuff, and we made fish and chips and porky pies. We've got fish and chips and porky pies on hand, which brings all your vitamins up to equilibrium. So we also have some spiced rum and some grog. So we got food and drink. We got some good food and drink, which has been real nice. And then especially when you're, because I'm riding the animals too, I'm not really exerting myself, so my character's not getting hungry nearly as much. I think I've eaten like once so far this stream. Maybe twice. How do you start over? Oh, you're looking to re-roll your character? When you're at the server select screen, and you're about to pick the server, Potato Land server, in the bottom right, there's a little checkbox that you have to check. It says, like, create a new Pathfinder or something like that. Very small and minute. But that's how you do it. That's how you do it if you want to re-roll your character. Server select screen. You'll see in the bottom right corner when you're trying to join, it'll say join with a new Pathfinder or something like that. That's the re-roll button. You remember when Donnie MacGyver's an interdimensional portal out of junk found in the sewers? Nice, dude. Just a portal made of like car parts and couch springs. Master Robin, is that you? Yes, Blinken, it's me, Master Robin. What happened to your arms? You lost them, but you grew a nice pair of boobs. Hey, Blinken. Did you say Abe Lincoln? Nah, man, I said, hey, Blinken. That was kind of fucked up for them to name the Duncan character Blinken and like make him blind. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit, who came up with that? Bro, they renamed the Duncan character Blinken and made him blind. Holy smokes, dude. Somebody was on the ganj that day. Somebody was on some like pre-98 Bubba Kush or something that day, dude. They were lit, dude, flying through space. My favorite part was the Braille Playboy. The Braille Playboy was pretty good because I was at that age where, you know, sometimes you come across a Playboy or something, and so it was a funny joke even for me when I was like a 12-year-old, you know. It's a good movie. One time when I worked at Kmart, when I was a young lad and I worked at Kmart, there was this like intern. He was kind of like training to become a manager. And his favorite movie was Robin Hood Men in Tights. And he like brought his own copy of it in and he would watch it in the break room all the time. Which was kind of weird because it was like, okay, yeah, it's a cool movie, you know, but like, you're watching it every day, you know, you're like bringing it to work and watching it in the break room on your half an hour lunch. It's starting to get weird, dude. You know what I mean? When he's on the tower looking at the horizon. From now on, all toilets in the kingdom are called John's. I know a funny story about that. John Crapper, that was his name. John Crapper. He pretty much invented the modern toilet seat, and they were actually called crappers for a long time. The crapper, but that's also why they came up with the name the John. You know, I gotta go use the John. I gotta go use the crapper. It's funny. I call it the head. Oh, I gotta go use the head. I'll be right back. The head? What's that from? I said, well, it's from the Navy. In the Navy. In the Navy. I'm severely abusing this elephant. She's bleeding. She's bleeding. She's bleeding. Oh, Orky, your elephant's bleeding. Ooh, look at her ears. Yo. Okay, okay. All right. Ooh, on the butt too. Oh. 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 This ability, the Nature's Touch ability, is like a pet heal. You can soothe their wounds with a poultice. We're spreading a poultice along the cuts and abrasions. Animal cruelty. There now, Miss Elephant. Don't be mad at me. Overworking the elephant. They're actually stronger than giraffes. Giraffes are a little more tedious. We're doing the longer farm first. The wood farm is actually longer than the thatch farm and the fiber farm. So we're kind of like tackling the biggest task first. But the giraffes, even though they'll farm the thatch a little bit quicker than the elephant farms would, they take damage much more. And so there's still almost as much downtime with the giraffe, between the giraffe and the elephant. The volume is higher for the thatch, but work, ready to work. Ready to work. Jack the elephant is feeling a little under the weather.
Beat the devil out of it.
That's right, Bob. You beat the devil out of it. The leading theorist believes that Bob Ross got cancer from beating the devil out of it. Every time he would beat the brush after he dipped it in his paint thinner and stuff, that's what he was doing. He was dipping his brush in the paint thinner. He had an actual bucket of paint thinner there attached to his thing. And so he would dip his brush in, clean it off, and then he would like do the beating thing, the patting it thing, beat the devil out of it. And they were saying that that's what splattered up the chemicals that he was breathing in that gave him the cancer. It's a pretty good theory. I mean, you know, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. And I feel like thinners and stuff back then were probably even more dangerous and more chemically, you know, before modern regulations. Hey, Gucci Gouda in the house. What's up? Happy Tuesday. We're online. We're riding around on an elephant. We're gathering some wood. I'm going to build a galleon. So we're going to need a lot of wood. Some heavy, heavy, thick wood. This wood has to be absolutely thick. You wasn't expecting that to happen. Pog, you can harvest wood with the elephant arc style? Yeah, I did. Oh, yeah. On the RP servers that we play, they usually change it around. And instead of having the animals be the gatherers, they build in and put in tools for it so that the human uses the tools and does it. It's more realistic. But in the main game, the actual Atlas game, yeah, it's very much like Ark, where the tames do a lot of the work. And that's the whole reason why you would want to tame stuff like an elephant or a bear or a giraffe, you know, because of their gathering. Yeah, so see, I can come up to like a cluster of tree. I can actually harvest both these trees from here. See? Grab that tree's down. Get in here to a little cluster. Come on into a little cluster. Your wife's dad died from colon cancer in her 20s, and I think he got colon cancer from working at a chemical plant. That's exactly what also would have happened to your father-in-law, Gucci Gouda? Something from a plant? Yeah. I used to get my old warehouse that I worked in was like really nasty and dusty and it was old, and I feel like the ceiling had asbestos in it or something, dude. And then not to mention a lot of the products we handled were full of chemicals too. You know, leads and different oils and... But it also doesn't help that I smoked tobacco for over 20 years of my life. So... Tobacco. But I've been doing good. It's been, I don't know, maybe 6 months since I've had any tobacco. And I had smoked the tobacco for like 20 years when I was young. And then I quit for like maybe 5-7 years, something like that. And then I started up again, smoked for about another year, and then quit. Quit about 6 months ago. And so that's just goes to show how it's a permanent addiction, dude. You can go 7 years without smoking any tobacco, and then suddenly one day just pick it back up or for some whatever dumb reason. What happened to me was I started watching some cigar rolling videos and stuff, you know, and I liked the way it looked. I was like, oh, it looks cool, you know, it looks freaking, I want to grow my own tobacco and maybe roll some cigars, you know, hand roll some of my own cigars. I think that'd be pretty fun hobby. And I'd watch the videos, and it looked cool. It looked really cool. And then that led me to down a little bit of a path to being interested in some pipe tobaccos. I was like, pipe tobaccos are pretty cool. You don't really inhale them. You just kind of puff them. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll try some out. And so I bought some, did a little pipe tobacco, but I couldn't not inhale, you know, and what ended up happening was I was inhaling it. I started inhaling it, and then that's when I got hooked again. So I couldn't actually do the puffing part. Ooh, pork chop just killed a bee. Pork chop just freaking slayed a bee, dude. He's roaming around for some reason. I don't know why he's roaming around. I will bring him back home. Pork chop, get up, go back home, pork chop. Look at his tail, dude, when he runs. It's all erect. He must be set to roam or something. Behavior. Disable wandering.
Excuse me.
Yo, Bubba Gaming. Excuse me. What's up, dude? You lost your father to pancreatic? Ah, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Is this another tamed boar? No, it's a wild one. It was pork chop. He was wandering around, and he got into a fight with a bee and killed it. So I took him home. Took him off of wander. Did he get out of the barn? Must have. Yeah, he was on wander. So I put him on no longer wandering around. I just happened to come over here to this cluster of trees and saw him getting into a fight with a bumblebee. A little bumbler. He's fighting a little bumbler back there. They can get it. They can kind of escape sometimes if they're on wander, but you also have to put them on wander, I believe, to breed them. So it's kind of a little one of those things that they might escape. So you dreamed about making your own stogies. Yeah, I did kind of. And then after I researched it a lot more, I found out that they have to cure those leaves for like up to 2 years sometimes. They have a whole big crazy curing process to get them to be like top cigar quality. You got to go through a long, lengthy curing process. They hang the leaves, and then they bundle them, and then they cover them, and then they come in and they open up the bundle and air them out and bundle them back up and air them out and bundle them back up for like years sometimes to cure some of these leaves on some of these higher end cigars. Bum, ba, la, 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 la. Farming up the materials for a galleon. A big old juicy war galleon. It's going to be loaded with cannons. Loaded up with cannons. We're gonna fight some pirate ships. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. What are we at? Ooh, 81,000 oak. We're up to 81,000. With another 30,000 ash, I see. So that is basically 100k wood. That is about 100k wood right there. It's enough. I'm pretty sure that's enough for a galleon. Now we need thatch and we need fiber. Hey, Onobu, how you doing? Good morning. How's it going? Fantastic, my friend. I'm farming the materials for a Corsair galleon. A Corsair galleon. We're going to make a warship. We're going to make a big old war galleon. War, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. I'm gonna do another round of wood and then I'll switch to the draft, start getting thatch. Yeah. I'm getting ready to pretty much make a big old gnarly galleon. They take a while to build. It takes usually about an hour or two to build and outfit your average ship. If you have all the stuff farmed up, you know, it's like about an hour or two to snap it all together. And get all your storage and beds and resource and repair and, you know, all that stuff ready. So it's a good hour or two to just the build alone. Galleon's about maybe 3 hours. Imagine building a galleon and then just immediately getting it sunk. That has happened to me before. Yo, Arthax Unleashed in the house. Ooh, ah. Check it out, dude. We're playing Atlas, the Ark-like pirate game. Made by the same makers of Ark. The same engine, the same mechanics, but you're in the golden age of pirates. It's a really fun game. I like it a lot. It's like one of my top games. And I'm gathering wood right now. Gathering some wood. I want to make a galleon. You've heard good things about it? The reviews are very negative of the game. During the launch, when the game launched back in 2018. They had a rough launch, dude. Oh, man. They had a really rough launch, and then there was all these, like, mega streamers as well that were having problems because the launch was so rough. The game had gotten thousands of negative reviews. Thousands of negative reviews. You know? And so the game never grew or developed or went very far because of the initial downfall. But I've always really liked it. It has its quirks, it has its bugs. But highly enjoyable for me. Highly enjoyable game for me. Hey, Krieger, what up, dude? So you're gonna be a tester, dude, for some carpentry? That's cool. Nice. I'm excited, dude. Because I still have the bug. I still have the Red Dead bug. I'm craving it. And I really like that server. Like, I like the characters and stuff. You sail a galley in a world of sea battles. Does that count? The USS Constitution? Old Ironside? Yeah, that was cool, man. That game looked really cool last night. It looked like you guys were having a whole bunch of fun. I want to play Mongo again. Oh, I'm just a dang old farmer. Hello from Germany. You've been a big Atlas fan for a few weeks now. It's a really great game. Ah, only Adida. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hello. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Atlas. I do like the game. And I know that there's bugs and there's difficulties and you have 4 vitamins to maintain and, you know, a lot of people don't like it, but I feel like they tried to be, when they first came out with the game, I feel like they tried to kind of go a little hyper realistic with it, which is not a bad thing. You know, the vitamins, they don't bother me. They're real vitamins in real life that humans have to stay, you know, healthy with. And especially in the Age of Pirates, when they were out on the sea and stuff, man, they had scurvy and all that other crap. It's like the real thing, you know. You only heard of it like maybe a year ago. A few folks playing it enjoyed it. How long have I been playing the game? Oh, good question. I've been playing since launch. I'm a launch person. I've played official. I've played private servers. I've played role play servers. I've played a lot of Atlas. I got... How many hours do I have? I'm almost think I'm close to like 10,000 hours. Oh, maybe not. Almost 6,000. Almost 6,000 hours in the game. It's a lot. It's a lot of hours playing Atlas. We don't need no scurvy. 'Cause we got grog. 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 Here's our humble abode. We've got a workshop, a greenhouse, a dock, a tame house. We've got a farm and a mine over there, which is passively gathering resources and sending it here to our warehouse. This is our warehouse. You can see it's got 2 connected farms to it. One of them's a universal gatherer. The other one gathers nothing but metal. And I'm farming a bunch of wood. I want to make a galleon, so trying to farm like 100,000 wood. I need 100,000 wood, 100,000 thatch, 100,000 fiber before I even frame the thing up, because it's no fun to have a half-built ship on the dry dock and then you got to go farm materials. Yesterday, the mermaid came for you for the first time. It was funny. Yeah. You always have to have a hook ready to go. I sailed through 2 mermaids. Either yesterday or the day before. And you gotta just hook. Oops, I wasn't supposed to put that stuff in here. Oopsies. Look at all the cilantro I put in there. Holy crap, that's a lot of cilantro. Alright, so here's my resources container. I have 81,000 oak and 31,000 ash. So that's pretty much 100,000. These are common wood that's found on my island. I just dumped another probably 10,000 wood in here. So that's a lot of wood. We got all the wood we need. I need thatch and fiber. And thatch and fiber is a little bit easier to get. Let me check here, see if there's a giraffe in here. There should be. I know we have a giraffe somewhere. Let me see here. Elephant, porky, giraffe. There it is. Come on out of there, Miss Giraffe. There she is. Look at that giraffe. Big blue. Big blue giraffe. Woo! She's quick. She's quick. We're going to get some thatch with this giraffe. Give me about 1 minute. I'm going to use the restroom and be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, let's go get some thatch. Thatch is a lot lighter than wood, so not as bad to collect. Oh, there's a ship out there. Oh, wait, that's an island. I literally thought that was a ship parked out there. It's a freaking island. It's a little, like, tiny island. Hey, Roland, good morning, good morning. Ahoy, me matey. Just doing a little gathering. I gathered about 100k wood, and I'm going to try and gather about 100k thatch and fiber. I'm thinking of doing a Corsair galleon for a big warship, you know? Big old warship. War, what is it good for? I see that Corsair galleon though, that's a pretty nice one. Definitely a powerful ship as well. I wasn't sure if your plans were to make that into a battleship, which we can also do. Galleon's pretty nice. It's got, it does have 76, I believe, ports and planks. But they usually start at a minimum of 12,000 splinter. Can you make the parts? Yeah, I can make them. I respec. I did a little respec. I dropped farming and cooking. I cooked a bunch of food. I cooked us a couple hundred fish and chips and pork pies. So there's plenty of good food to eat. And yeah, I can frame it. I can frame it and make the all the appropriate stuff for it. Actually, the giraffe is a lot easier to use than the elephant, I guess. Apparently, the elephant was the weakest of them, because the giraffe's doing fine. You saw those pork pies and fish and chips. It was like, yes, real food. Yeah, dude. And it's actually pretty low in the tree, too. So even though I spec'd away from it, like if we ever needed to go back to it, it's literally here. The very first thing in cooking. So it's not bad. Not bad at all. I made some hardtack too in case we want to tame some parrots. some squawkers, you know. Their favorite food is hardtack, aka it's basically a cracker. 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 My birds will go nuts. They know the word cracker. Cracker? They'll be all chirping and squawking. Cracker? Nice, there we go. Getting that big thatch. These are the secrets that Big Thatch doesn't want you to know using a giraffe. Also, you can respec as much as you want. You were doing it yesterday to get all your projects done. Nice. Yeah, most servers you can only respec once per level. And or you have to go buy that token from the free port to respec after you've capped off, you know. But yeah, luckily this server you can do it. You can always just respec, which is pretty cool. Let's dump some of this. Now that's a tall giraffe. $20K fronds. Nice. Let's go. Almost 20K fronds. Hans and Franz. We're here to pump you up. Pump you up. Having the animals makes gathering so much better. Yes, it does. Absolutely it does. I even felt like it was a little extra low with the tools. Like I was like, damn, it's like extra low. I guess I'm just used to improved tools, you know, which is essentially a tame in a tool. Oops. No, we don't want to put it in there. We want to put it in here. We can keep an eye on how much we have. Okay, 26K frond, 10K reed. We'll probably just do fronds for the majority of it. That seems to be the most prevalent. Hans and Franz. Whoa, whoa, giraffe. She's going wild, huh? Damn, look at her go. What a maniac. Whoa, I just hit a turtle. She's a maniac on the floor. And she's dancing like she's never danced before. Oh yeah, we're gonna get a galleon. Woo! Big ship. Big ship. Now, the way I usually build the galleon, I only build it with 3, sometimes 4 decks. And I make it to where I can repair it a little easier. So there's a little bit of hollowness to it, where I can like look at a lower plank and then I can look up at a high plank, like a double layer. You'll see. Also, I tried to build the tavern earlier and I think they took it out. No tavern. Which is kind of a bummer because the tavern offered improved crew, like improved cannoneers and stuff like that. But it also can be very unstable on a server. It can lead to things like crashes and data wipes and things. So, you know, I don't blame them for disabling it if it is disabled. Ed, and Eddie? Hell yeah, let's go. I watched that show before. I watched it. I liked, I was a Doug guy. I really liked Doug. Do-da-do-da-do-da-do-da-do-da-do. I was a Doug kid. I liked Doug. Damn, look at all that wild rice. So much. So much wild rice. There we go. We ended up with a lot more reeds this time. Roger Klutz, did he do both of them? Was he the Ed, and Eddie and Doug guy? He did them both? Dude, I liked Animaniacs when I was a kid too. I used to come home and watch Animaniacs. This one dude, it was hilarious. This one like thug guy at my last job. He had an Animaniac tattoo. He was like this hardcore thug guy, dude. Very like stone cold, silent, you know. And I saw his Animaniacs tattoo, and I was like, yo, I was like, what the hell, dude? I was like, that's an Animaniacs tattoo. And he was like, oh, you know about it? I was like, yeah, fool. I was like, I used to watch Animaniacs. And then ever since then, he was like hella chilled. He liked me. He didn't like anyone else, but he liked me because I knew about Animaniacs, dude. Hilarious. Hilarious. It's funny the things you can connect with people on, you know? All right, another 20,000 thatch coming in the door. Roger Klotz was the bully in Doug? Oh, I didn't remember for some reason. I didn't remember the bully. I remember his girlfriend was Patty Mayonnaise, which I thought was a pretty interesting name. And then his best friend was Skeeter, which I thought was a cool character too. Skeeter. I didn't remember the bully though. I was a little older too. I was one of those kids, the older kid that would still watch some cartoons and stuff. You freak! You used to watch cartoons when you were older? Yep. And I loved it too. You freak! Alright, let's go get some more thatch. Big thatch. Because we're going to make a galleon. You remember Doug mostly because of your little brother. Ah, nice. Yeah, that was one thing that happened to me too. I had a little brother and a little sister when I was in high school, and they were 10 years younger than me. And so I would watch pretty much like cartoons that were 10 years younger than me because of them. Like whatever they had on, I was always kind of peeping, watching. We used to watch a lot of Barney and Power Rangers and you know, honestly, I can't remember what cartoons they liked. I think they didn't really watch a lot of cartoons, to be honest. I feel like they watched more of like those kind of shows, like Power Rangers and Barney and stuff, you know. They didn't like Sesame Street, really. They weren't Sesame Street kids. They were Barney kids. And I think Barney had a good message. There was this one song at the end of every Barney episode. They would do the cleanup song. Clean up, clean up. You know, we had to walk around and clean up all the toys and everything. And I used to put that on, dude, and get them fuckers to help me with all the chores around the house. Dude, we would play the cleanup song on repeat, bro. And I'd put one over here cleaning this. I'd put me over there doing this. The other one over there freaking vacuuming. We got it all done. And quick, too. We'd get it all done in like 20 minutes. And then we'd just like watch TV and kick back and have a fun time. But if I didn't play the song, they didn't want to clean anything. They would like say no and stuff. So I actually like had to put the song on. A lot of Pokemon as well. Pokemon's pretty cool. My buddy, he was a big Pokemon guy. And then especially when Pokemon Go came out, he was like, yo, let's go all over the place and go to all these like gyms and stuff. And I'll never forget, dude, we're walking around downtown Sacramento, Midtown, going like block to block. He's catching Pokemons. And then I was looking around, and there was like little groups of other people doing the same thing. It was all these groups of people out there playing Pokemon. And I was like, holy shit, it's like a Pokemon epidemic, you know? They're all everywhere playing Pokemon. And there was this one point we went down to Old Town Sacramento. It's kind of like a tourist destination. It's still sort of like a Western-looking old town, like the original city. They leave it like that, you know, cobblestone roads and all that. And there was this museum. We have this train museum there. And he was like, yo, there's a gym at the train museum. There's a Pokemon gym at the train museum. Let's go over there, you know. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what's a gym? And he told me about it. I was like, oh, that's cool. And so we go to the train museum, and there was like nothing, no one was around or anything. And he was like, I think the gym is a little deeper in. I think it's behind the building. And I was like, what? Behind the building? I was like, are you serious? And he was like, yeah, the gym's back there. And I was like, all right. And we turned the corner, dude. We're going around this building. We turned the corner, and it was like 30, 40 nerds back there. Fucking, they were all sitting around doing gym stuff, dude. And I remember being like, holy smokes, you know what I mean? We turned the corner, dude, to the back of this building, and there was like just tons of fuckers back there playing Pokemon, bro. It was cool. There was a river there too, so there was like water Pokemons, and I remember water Pokemons were like rarer or harder to get, you know, because you had to be by bodies of water to find them. It was cool. I was like a Warcraft guy, so I was like, why are we doing all this walking around, dude? We're walking like miles to play this game. But yeah, it was pretty cool. You know, he would take drives too. He would go to like faraway places to try and look for like rarer species and stuff, you know. You played when you were walking to and from work? Yeah, I played a couple of mobile Go games. You know, they had a Walking Dead one that I played for a little bit before work and on my breaks and stuff. You know, then I found one that was really cool. It was kind of more of like a JRPG, and I played that one for a little while too. Yeah, it was fun. I would like leave my house an hour early before work, and I would drive around the neighborhood and pull over at like parks and churches and shopping centers and whatever, and do a couple rounds, you know, fight some creatures, go through a dungeon. There was a dungeon at the Kmart that I used to work at, and the Kmart was like a block away from the work that I worked at the time. So I would pull in the Kmart parking lot, do the dungeon. You know, I'd leave the dungeon, I'd go to the warehouse district. There was a couple of stops in there that I would stop at, and then I'd pull up to work, you know, like 10, 15 minutes early. It was cool. I did it for a little bit. I got tired of doing it, though. I remember that. I remember being like, all right, this enough's enough. I'm tired of driving around and going to all these places. All right, more thatch. More thatch. Whoa, 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 whoa. Do you still work from home, Cyber Jarl, or do they make you come into the office? Dun 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 dun. Did you end up finding out how to re-roll Admiral Darkvoid? Did you make a new character? You still work from home. It's permanent where you work. You only have to go to the office like once a year. Dude, that's so nice. You re-rolled? Cool, dude. Cool. Hell yeah. Aye, me matey. Aye. Alright, we're up to 50k fronds. That's pretty good. 50k fronds. And how many reeds? 23,000 reeds. That's not bad. It's not bad. We're almost at the 100k mark for thatch. That sweet, sweet thatch. I'm going to rename this guy to Jeffrey the Giraffe, like Toys R Us. Joffrey. the giraffe. Nice. A little more personality, you know, a little more flavor flav. You're gonna make a Hagrid character, dude? Let's go, bro. Aye. He be a bearded gnome. A bearded gnome. Joffrey. I remember when I was a young, you know, and my mom would take me to like Toys R Us or something. It was like heaven, dude. When you're a kid, dude, and you walk into a toy store, it's like heaven. Yo, aim to win!
Not to worry. I have a permit.
You better have a permit.
This just says I can do what I want.
A permit to lay gas. Ew, that guy's butt looked like a mouth, dude. Did you see that in the picture? His butt turned into a mouth. Disgusting. What's up, Aim to Win? How you doing today, my friend? I'm beating this giraffe's neck against tree trunks. We're necking some tree trunks right now. Full-blown neck job. That's how you feel when you go into a place that sells tools like Home Depot. Yeah, I know what you mean now. I feel you, dude, because I like tools too. You know, I do like to do little projects and fix-ups, and there's nothing worse than trying to do a project or a fix-up and you don't quite have the tool for it. You know, a good tool creates a better job done. I really do feel that way. Doing a little giraffe work real quick, trying to get some thatch. I want to make a galleon, and so it's going to take a lot of wood, a lot of thatch, a lot of fiber, a decent amount of metal as well. I might have to take a sail over to the Copper Island. In the middle of the grid, there's a bunch of copper, pretty close to the shoreline too. And so you can go over there, you can scoop up a whole bunch. You still say naming the ship Hagrid would be a cool idea. The Hagrid. The SS, the USS. Gretchen's from Boston, by the way. She's from old Boston, like she's from old Boston town. Man, I used to work for a limo company when I was young, And we used to affiliate with, like, work with a place called Boston Coach. They were also a transportation company from Boston. And this one lady, dude, I used to get this one lady on the phone. Yeah, where you, yeah. She had that voice, dude, that accent. Where's the car? Where's the car? Let me know where's the car. It was pretty stressful dispatching, though, because the schedules were always as tight as they could get them, right? As tight as they could make them. But then it would never work out. Like, none of the cars could actually get to the places, the destinations at those time frames. So it was literally always a pain in the ass of shuffling everything around and frickin', oh man. Pain in the ass, dude. And there was a lot of factors that would come into play, like cars would break down, drivers would get lost, traffic, pullovers, late flights, you know, because that's what we did mostly. Half of our company was shuttling airline crews to and from the airport and hotels. So, like, a lot of these planes were always late, and I mean, it was just a nightmare, dude. Nightmare. And you would put in like 50, 60 hours a week, you know, minimum wage. Stressful, struggling to pay your bills. It's crazy, man. It was crazy. When I quit the job, I slept for like 2 days straight. People were like, "What's wrong, dude?" I said, "Man, I just need to sleep, dude. This fucking job killed me." But for like a year or two of it, I did it from home. It was actually pretty nice to work from home. Sounded more like New York. Yeah, she could have been out of New York, because that company was multi-state, and it was an East Coast company, so I'm sure they had some New York offices too. She probably was in some big call center in New York. When you retire from this job, you feel like you'll sleep for a week straight? Yeah, dude. Just freaking put on the blackout curtains. Turn off all the phones, and then just frickin' lay down and slumber for a solid week. Oop, looks like he's breeding. Breeding those elephants. Look at them all lined up, ready to have babies. Here we go. Another 25K of thatch. Big thatch. Big thatch. Funny story, your dad worked as a traffic controller in Montreal's subway. He got up around 4:30 in the morning. When he retired, the first thing he did is take his alarm clock out in the yard and smash it with a sledgehammer. Nice, dude. I bet he still woke up at 4:30 though. his bodily alarm would go off. You know, you can take the clock out of the bedroom, but you can't take the clock out of the body. For a while, yes. Yeah, for a while at least, yeah. Because I'm like that too. You know. Let's say you wake up at 6:30 every morning. Every morning, 6:30, 6:30, 6:30, 6:30, 6:30. Then on your day off, when there's no alarm on, 6:30. He was dreaming about work? Yeah, that is something I dislike a lot. Dreaming about work. Oh, fuck. I have a few types of work dreams. I have dreams where I'm working at one of my old jobs, right? Which is weird, because who wants to do that? But then there's also another kind of work dream that I have where I'm like late to the job and I'm like struggling to get there, and I'm like, in the dream you're basically doing everything you can. You're like taking planes, trains, automobiles, climbing through sewers, frickin' you're doing all this crap to get to a job that you're late for. That's the worst one. That's the one I hate the worst. Because when you wake up from it, you're pissed at yourself because you're like, why the hell am I having this dream, dude? I don't want to dream that. I want to dream about swimming and flying and eating pie and, you know, plunging into the depths of warm waters. You still dream about high school sometimes? Yeah, luckily I haven't had any school dreams in a long time. I moved a lot. My mom kind of like moved us around every few years throughout her career, and as she was like upgrading. When we first came to California, we were in an apartment. And we actually shared her bedroom. I slept in her closet. I was about 7, like 6 or 7, so I was pretty young. And she had a walk-in closet. And so she like converted it into like a little kind of a makeshift bedroom, you know. I had a bed in there and everything. And she kept all her clothes in a dresser in the main room. And so I slept in her closet for, I don't know, probably about a year. And then we ended up we went from that apartment to a separate apartment, a new apartment, where it was a 2-bedroom. She was roommating with one of her friends from high school who had moved out here as well. So that was why she only had the 1 room. And then so the next apartment was a 2-bedroom. I had my own room. And then we went from there to a condo, which was about the same size as any other apartment, but she actually owned it. And then she traded that in for a duplex. And then she traded that in for a real house. You know, she worked her way up. So that was pretty cool. But we moved enough and around the city far enough each time that I was always kind of going to different schools. Every few years I would be at a different school. So I guess I never like had a residual, too much of a residual memory of schools to dream much about it. You once woke up in a panic thinking you were late for school, but you were 40. Like, oh shit, man, I missed the bus. No. You wake up and you're like, oh, wait a minute, I'm a 40-year-old grown man. I don't need to ride no damn bus. What do you think about, let me ask you this. This is a serious topic here. This is more of a Orc Boy After Dark kind of topic, but what do you think about the 15-minute cities? Yay or nay? I'm kind of for it, dude. My least favorite thing to do is commute far as hell. I don't want to drive, an hour each way to work and back. Hell no. I've always hated long commutes. I've always hated them. Never been a fan of a big, long-ass travel time to go anywhere. But, I mean, that's just me, I guess. I don't know. Some people don't like it. Some people do like it. Like I said, I've always hated having to travel far for work or school or, my daily routine. And even if I lived kind of, let's say I was kind of close to where I was going to go, but let's say I'm jumping on a bus to get there, and it still takes an hour one way. I hate that. It's way too long. I'm all for stuff being closer together. Like Xanarkin, dude. You know what I mean? Let's get some Xanarkins going on. It doesn't, you don't even own a car or have a license. You're a city boy who's always gotten around with mass transit, so you're all for it. Yeah, dude. Where we live now is probably a little more remote than my liking. I mean, in a way, yes, it's nice, it's quiet, and it's clean, and it's very low crime, Pretty good-hearted people around here. But the distances to everything, Good example is yesterday. Yesterday, my mom needed some prescriptions, so she called her doctor. Doctor said, yeah, we'll fill the prescriptions. So they got a hold of the pharmacy, right? Pharmacy's like, okay, yeah, we'll get the prescriptions ready. Well, they were out of one of them, right? So they were like, yo, we can send it to the other pharmacy in the other town. Well, dude, it's 20 minutes away, you know what I mean? Like, it's like an hour, it's like a damn near an hour trip for there and back again. And so, needless to say, I wasn't exactly thrilled to have to go way the hell out there to go get it. But, whatever. We do what we gotta do. Oh, vitamin deficiency. Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, no more orc boys jumping on the bed. Mama says hockey's the devil. Foosball's the devil. Foosball. That's a pretty cool game, foosball. I like it. I used to play it at arcades and stuff with people. Foosball. It's a challenging game too. It is not easy. I was never like super hand-eye coordination-y enough to be able to beat anybody or anything at it. Bobby, you've been playing that dang old foosball. I used to have a crush on his girlfriend. What's that lady's name? Farusha or something. Veruca. Faruza. Faruza was her name. I used to have a little 90s crush on her, you know, when she was a goth baddie. Yeah, Vicky Valancourt. Yeah. Adam Sandler's pretty cool. He is in a lot of movies, though. You know, I will say that he might be kind of at his limit. You know, I feel like he's been in kind of a lot of stuff. You know, I mean, he has his own like studio. That's why, but. He does his own and hires all his friend actors. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I do like a lot of his acting troupe. You know, Schneider, a whole bunch of them. Too many to name, really, but they're good. My favorite Adam Sandler company movie, and he's not even really in it, is Grandma's Boy. I really, really, really like Grandma's Boy. It's like the movie I most relate with out of all of their stuff. But of course I like all the good classics like Happy Gilmore and, you know, everything else. Waterboy. But yeah, Grandma's Boy is my absolute favorite movie from their studio. I love it. Alright, let's throw all this shit on the ground. Throw. Pick it all up in one scoop. And then fat walk it in. It's not so much the number of movies he's been in. It's that the movies are all more or less kind of the same idea. Yeah, they're bro movies. They're like, yeah, exactly. They're like college-y, kind of frat style, sportsy bro movies. Bromances. Somebody told me one time that he was rude at an airport. Somehow, like they saw him at an airport or something like that, and like waved at him or like said hi to him or something, and he like turned to them and was just like flipped them off and was like, "Fuck you." Maybe he was in a bad mood. I don't know, but I could see that. Because everybody probably treats him like he's their buddy, you know? Like, hey, there's my buddy. Oh, hey, what's up? There's my buddy. But for him, it's like everyone's a stranger that are like waving at him and shit. You know, it's just a rumor. It's just something that someone said one time at a party, or, you know, how do I know it's true or not? I don't know, you know. But it doesn't sound far-fetched. If you don't want to be famous, then don't get famous. True. You know. It can be an odd scenario. So one time, I was jumping on a plane from Minneapolis, actually, to Sacramento. And one of the Sacramento Kings was on there. A guy named Bobby... I forget his last name, but I mean, he was one of the Sacramento Kings. It's a basketball team. And I remember coming around the corner. I turned the corner, getting in on the plane, and he was sitting right there in first class. And I remember locking eyes with him and like getting that like familiar like, oh, I recognize that guy, you know. Oh, I know that guy, you know, but I don't know that guy. It just felt like I did because I recognized him. Bobby Jackson, yeah, that was his name, Bobby Jackson. Yeah, he's a basketball star. I'm getting on the plane, I turn the corner, and there he is. He's sitting right there, and I had like a look of recognition, you know, came over my face, and he noticed it because he was looking right at me too. I just said, what's up? I was like, when I was passing by him, I was like, hey, what's up? But imagine that for almost, you know, every other person you run into or see or something. You know what I mean? It would be a little annoying after a while. So I could see Sandler being like, oh, God, not another one. Your knowledge of the Kings was lost with the original NBA Jam. You think Spud Webb was on the Kings? I think so too. I used to watch, so I'm not a huge sports fan, but back in the 90s, Kings in the 90s were on fire. They were pretty good. And Sacramento was known for having like, it's got a smaller stadium than most big cities do. And so it's like louder there. They say it's like louder. The fans are louder in there. Probably because it's a smaller place. But yeah. I was a Kings fan for a while. I mean, I like basketball. I used to play basketball on the at playgrounds and stuff. It was like one of the things I enjoyed doing for sports type exercise, you know. Get out there and shoot some hoops. I think it's pretty fun. You don't follow sports much, but you grew up in the 90s. Did you pay more attention then? Yeah, dude. I used to get the cards and stuff, collectible cards a little bit here and there. You might buy a pack. Mostly had baseball cards, but yeah, you'd buy a few packs of the basketball cards. I got a few Michael Jordans. All you know about basketball are the movies, Space Jam and Eddie. Let's go. Oh, yeah, we're getting all those sweet, sweet fronds. Air Bud, yeah, you gotta remember Air Bud, dude. The golden retriever that can play basketball. Isn't it a golden retriever? Ooh, look at that chocobo. Look at that big old bird. Now that's a big turkey. Anybody here excited for Turkey Day? You guys like Turkey Day? I'm a big fan. I'm a fat boy. I like food holidays. And I like turkey. I'm looking forward to cooking the turkey. And also with the leftover meat, I want to do turkey enchiladas, dude. Ooh, I've already got plans for it. I've already got plans, baby. We'll have some good turkey dinners and lunches and some sandwiches and stuff. And then also probably take about a good pound of that turkey and do some enchiladas. It's a pretty good way to use the turkey. It works out good because it's kind of like a chickeny. It's like a chicken enchilada, really, but with turkey. You married a wife with Italian/French/German genetics. You're cursed to be overweight. Let's go. Yeah, I'm a little overweight. I've got a belly. Got a little belly.
It looks like you be having lots of fun there, knocking down those trees.
Ah, who we be having here?
Tallest man, yep.
Aye, aye. Is that you, Sithis? Is that you, laddie?
Nice.
Hey, but I ain't got nowhere to sleep now since my darn cockroach ship, my cockroach boat, destroyed on the left.
Oh, my. Destroyed, you say? Oh, no. Well, we be having room here on this island if you're interested in joining.
I be taking you up on that offer.
Ha ha ha! Welcome aboard, laddie. Yeah, make yourself at home. There's plenty of food and water and drink in the main crafting base.
Where be the food? I need food.
Run straight over. See that big spire there you're looking at? Just run right over there. You'll see a whole big setup there, and there's a refrigerator inside the main base. You'll be able to get on in.
Yes, the island's cock.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, just run straight ahead with the way you're looking, and you'll find it. There he goes. Sithis. Dark blood. We gotta get Verdello. He said he made it to the island as well. He's probably camped around somewhere around here. He might be working right now. Verdello is also coming aboard. We do a little light RP on this server here. Yep, that's right. Orc boys and RPer.
Figures he's an RPer. That dang old orc boy.
I think it's a lot of fun. RPing. It's a lot more funner than I realized. But I also noticed that I only really like voice RP. I'm not a huge fan of typing. So that's kind of my RP downfall, is that I only like voice RP. I don't really like chat RP. And I think that it's the opposite in the RP community. I think more people actually prefer the chat type than the voice type. So I think I'm the odd man out when it comes to it. Her turkey stuffing, oh my gosh. Ooh, I love stuffing, dude. I actually had a little bit of stovetop yesterday. A little stovetop stuffing. It's not as good, of course. It's a little salty. A lot of sodium in it, you know. But I had some pork loin, a little light pork loin, some mashed potato, and some stovetop stuffing. It was really good. I mean, it's good, but it ain't no turkey stuffing. I'll tell you that. Cool Jim Twitch says, I tried playing this game on launch. It looks way more stable now. Yeah, okay, so launch was really bad. You probably know that already. Launch was horrifying. And they ended up getting thousands and thousands and thousands of negative reviews. But over the course of the years that they ran the game and moderated it and stuff, and updated it, they addressed a lot of those initial issues. They made it much more stable. You know, there are still a few bugs and things, but currently the state of the game is abandoned. So there's not going to be any more updates, any more fixes, any more anything. It's just as is. Done deal. They tried. Now, what that kind of does is that makes the modding community, it's a little bit better for the modding community because they don't have to worry about a patch coming in that screws up their mod, you know, that kind of stuff. So it opens up the door for modders to mod the game and do some really cool stuff to it. So it's kind of a 50-50, I suppose you'd say. But the state of the game is pretty good. It's definitely fun enough to play, and I love it. It's one of my favorite games. I'm working on getting enough materials for a galleon. We're gonna build a galleon.
Lad have to go close around.
Aye.
So fast the whole world is moving slow mo.
Did you find the food?
I found a bit of food in the water barrel.
Right in here, there's fish and chips, there's pork pie, there's drink. Alright, let me see here. Ooh, 99,000. Thatch. So that should be pretty much enough thatch. It's about 100,000 for a galleon. It's a lot of thatch, that's for sure. I should eat too. My vitamins are pretty low. There we go. Get some yummies. And there's a water faucet right here too. You can quench your thirst. Ah, delicious. Yep, perfect.
Yep, fresh from the Ozark.
Aye, the land of sky blue waters.
Where does a lad have to go?
To do what? You cut off there. I heard where does the
I
lad go?
got to get me some clothes. I don't feel comfortable walking around in the buff here.
Aye, aye. Aye, we might not have a bunch made up, but there should be some.
I am getting ready to do a murder spree on the island to get fur so I can make armor for everybody. Extras.
Ah, fantastic. So yeah, so he's just gonna get a little fur, and he can make you some armors. I got this here.
Hey, that sounds good.
He made this for me, this suit of armor I'm wearing. And you could do some basic cloth armor if you want, temporarily. Yeah, there are some Arc stuff in here. So this server's been modified. There is actually a lot of Arc stuff on this server, including some Arc bosses and NPCs and that kind of thing. So we do have a bunch of Arc stuff that's been imported. Since the game essentially shares assets with Arc. It started off as a modification for Arc, and then ended up like becoming its own standalone game. People during the when Atlas first launched were actually using Arc commands in the game. You could get away with using certain Arc commands. But it has been fixed. You know, most of those initial errors have been fixed. The game's pretty fun. I like it a lot. If you still have it in your library, I would say it's worth giving it another playthrough. Although the official servers are closed down. There's no official servers. You have to play either a hosted server or you can play your one-player map. You can play your one-player map. You can host it off your computer and have your buddies join and you can play together. Or you can do a dedicated server and host a map as well, like this server does. And you can do cool stuff like tattoos and sail designs. You can do paintings and murals, and so the artwork is crazy in the game. You can go wild with the artwork. You think the initial ambition to have it like an MMO was crazy for the engine they were building it on top of. Private servers sound really great. Yeah, they're fun. They're great. It was way too much for what they wanted to do, because each server cluster can only handle so much before it goes to maximum ping. You know, you get 2 or 3 groups in one server grid. You get 30 to 100 players in there, and the server grid just can't handle it. It can't handle the lag. You know, it just makes everything lag, and so it never was infrastructurally ready for a mass thing like they had, though. They were on the right path to it, and this game still is really fun and cool. Even if you kind of overload it a little bit and you get more in that it can handle.
But yeah. Everybody's building a base, right? And they're all building pretty large bases. And so you get 10, 15 bases in one grid. That's a lot of server assets. Every single wall, every single foundation and window and building, and it's all another asset on the server load. And I've been on servers where they address a lot of those issues. They'll make a prefabricated house that the prefab only counts as one unit on the server, but it can be as big as a major building, And so those are pretty nice. We're pretty lucky on this server. The population, the map is so huge and the population is small enough that, like our grid, we only have another guy that lives here. He lives on this island and he's got a small little base right here. He's not huge or anything. And then there's us, which is probably going to be the biggest company in this grid. And we've got I'd say a medium-sized base. And then the other two islands are empty, So our grid's pretty stable. Most of these grids have 5 or less players in them, and they're all pretty stable. It's a 7x7 map, so that's like 46 grids or something like that. So it's a lot of space. All right, let's go look. How much hemp do we have? I didn't actually look at the total. Oop, not there. In here. 31,000. Okay. We need to get about 100,000. 100,000 hemp. Now that's a lot of hemp. I'm getting ready to build a galleon. And we're going to need at least 100k wood, 100k thatch, 100k fiber, probably about 20k metal. It's the biggest ship. 76 planks and ports on the sides alone, so that's a lot. A tremendous amount of large planks, which take even more material than like a medium plank, for example. But with the bear, you can gather pretty quickly. As you can see, one swipe gathers the entire node. And so we should be able to reach our goal pretty quick. The elephant, I did the elephant first for the wood. That one was going to take the longest. That one's the most finicky. And then this one is a little easier. Then we need the alloy and the metal for the cannons. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, oh yeah, I was going to do alloy. I forgot. I was going to start cooking some alloy. I can't actually cook alloy because I spec'd out of it. But, yeah, so we will need a lot more metal. I'll probably hit the copper nodes in the middle island because there's actually a lot of those there. Take this bear over there. and go over there and do a little mining, fill up the cart. Get a whole bunch of copper.
Nah, this how it's gonna be. Copper. Nah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make a galleon. Big one too. Big boy galleon. Oh yeah. All that sweet, sweet hemp. The game crashed on you? You're not sure what happened? Oh boy. It could happen. It could be the server grid you're in. So what I do sometimes is I'll check Atlas World. Go over to atlas-world.net, and then you can check Potato Land, and it'll show you like which grids are offline, and it'll kind of tell you like where the population is spread out. You know, we got 26 online right now. It's not bad. You can see they're all distributed throughout the map, but you're right. Some of these servers are offline. Yours might go offline. And the Discord itself also has a channel where they like track it too. Oh, you're around here. Ah. Oh, you're Sithis? Ah, I see. Army matey. Arr. Sorry, you got so many names lately that I'm not sure which one it is. He's going through an identity crisis. No, I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, let's go get some more. Some big hemp. I like the texture of hemp cloth. It's almost sort of canvasy, you know. And I wear like I like those canvasy kind of pants, those work pants. You know, like khakis and Dickies. So I'm pretty fond of it. Very durable and tough, you know, material. And it's all the more reason to grow some hemp. Commercial grade hemp. That feels like a waste of growing the hemp, though, in a way. Oh yeah, big clusters of hemp. Ooh, a monkey. A monkey.
Work, work. Work, 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 work. Ready to work. Ready to work.
Yo, Smoky Man. What's up, dude? We're collecting hemp. Raw, wild hemp. We're making a giant shrimp boat. We're making a shrimp boat. Actually, we're going to make a galleon. We're going to make a warship.
We're being attacked. We're being attacked.
Only you can prevent wildfires. Yep, I'm on the bear. The Fozzie bear. He's so Fozzie. He's so Fozzie. I was watching a documentary about Neanderthals yesterday, and they mentioned the ice-aged cave bear, which apparently was 12 foot standing tall. Like if they stood up, they were like a 12-foot bear. Holy shit, dude. Could you imagine? It was either 12 or possibly 15 foot standing up. I'm going, wow, that's a big ass bear, dude. Because I've seen, you know, modern grizzly. I've seen images and data on the modern grizzly, and them fuckers are big as hell. Now imagine one that's like even bigger, dude. Oh, oops. I just accidentally dropped an entire stack of fiber like a ding dong. Like a ding dong. All right. Do a little fat walking. You like the original catchphrase, Smokey the Bear, only you can prevent forest fires. Or they used to say forest fires. But I know it's been changed to wildfires. They do that because so the insurance companies can like skip out on like paying. Oh, that's a wildfire. We don't cover that. That's a natural occurrence. You're an idiot for being in a forest. Oh, we're not covering that. They changed the legal terminology so they could like get out of shit. You know what I mean? Little rascals. Those little rascals. There ain't nothing wild about those fires, dude. Forest fires, you remember too, but you've also seen it written in wildfires? Ah. Yeah, I mean, they can happen naturally. You know, lightning does strike trees and fire, like, catch them on fire, you know. So if you have that happen, and then there's, like, campfires that go out of control. Could be a cigarette someone throws out the window. That was a big deal back then. And there's also like off-road vehicles that can spark and scrape against rocks as they're driving around, and it can start up an ember. There's going to be trash in these forests, and there could be glass that the sun could like beam through it and start up an ember. And there's other ways, like there's conditions, and for all we know, a natural rock slide could occur, and some of the flint and tinder could strike up a spark and start one. You know, you never know. There's lots of ways. Lots of ways.
Hello.
Yo, Grind Lord. Hello. Welcome in, friend. We're playing some Atlas. I'm farming a bunch of hemp. I'm riding around on a bear. Doing a little riding around on a bear. Gathering some sweet, sweet, delicious hemp. Gonna build a galleon. Gonna build a big old galleon. And so we need a lot of resources. We need about 100,000 wood, 100,000 thatch, 100,000 hemp fiber, I should say. Need about 50,000 metal at least. So it's a lot. It's a lot. But this bear can gather the hemp in big swipes. So you see I do one big swipe and boom. 252 hemp. We just harvested 3 nodes in one swipe. Here we go. Here's another cluster. Boom. 500 hemp. So it's not too crazy when you're farming it up with the tames. There's certain tames that do certain tasks. Elephants are good at gathering wood. Giraffes are good at gathering thatch. Bears are phenomenal at gathering fiber. Because you can gather the entire node in one swing just about. Or at least for fiber you can. When it comes to wood, you still have to kind of hit the trees a few times. But you are gathering at a higher rate and you're carrying much more than you could carry without it. All that sweet, sweet hemp. Oh, yeah. Get it all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh, this one's nice. Purple Kush. Purple Kush. Purple Urkel. What's the cilantro for? Ah, we're making tacos, dude. Carnitas. And salsa. It's a cooking herb, so we do actually use cilantro in our cooking. Right now, my character cooked a couple hundred fish and chips and a couple hundred pork pies. So we got real food, good food. We're not eating charred meat anymore. We're eating like actual food. Yeah, that's a lot of cilantro. Look at all that. I've already got like 10,000, 20,000 cilantro stored aside, so I'm just throwing this away. You're wasting food, orc boy. You're throwing away all your cilantro. Yeah, throw away the cilantro. We don't need it. We don't need it. Tastes like soap. Tastes like soap to me. No, I'm just kidding. Luckily, I'm not one of those people that cilantro tastes like soap. To me, cilantro tastes all herby and like good. It's got this like really nice herb flavor to it. So I love it. I love it in salsa. I love it in tacos. I love it at work. I love it at work. Tacos. Ooh, I could go for some tacos, dude. I love tacos. Today is Tuesday. It is Tuesday. I will gladly pay you Tuesday for a taco today. Today is Tuesday. Ah, shit. I gotta pay? Yeah, you gotta pay, dude. We ain't serving you no tacos without payment first. I found a couple of nice Mexican food joints around here. Over in Clear Lake, there's a couple of restaurants that are pretty good. There's one restaurant I've been to in Clear Lake that's good, that I know is good. And then there's also a carniceria that I haven't actually been to yet. But then over on the opposite way in Middletown, there's a carniceria, there's a Mexican restaurant, and there's a taco truck. I've tried the carniceria and I've tried the Mexican restaurant, but I've not tried the taco truck yet. And I'm sure it's pretty good. Still have to try that out. I kind of like the carniceria the best, though. They got really good prices on their food, and it's like really good food. Whoa, did you see that guy pass out right there, dude? Holy smokes, dude. He must have drank at least 5 spiced rums. At least 5 spiced rums. Now that's some good rum. What time is it? 10 a.m. Okay. I got to get my mom ready for dentist. She's getting a dentist. She's actually getting some teeth implants tomorrow. She's got a surgery scheduled, oral surgery. And she's going on a trip today. She's getting it done. It's like 3 hours away, this place where she's going. And so she's got a hotel room. She's going to stay overnight tonight, do the procedure tomorrow, stay overnight tomorrow. So I got her car all ready yesterday, aired it up, cleaned it out, you know, checked all the oil, everything. She's all ready to go. Car is all ready to ride. And then today I got to help her put in her luggage and stuff. Get her some breakfast and stuff before she travels. But I know she's pretty happy because she's kind of had a little bit of bad teeth most of her life, you know, and she's had caps and stuff on them, but underneath, the underlying teeth have always been a little bit bad, you know. She was tricked when she was young into using cleaner, like a Ajax or something, on her teeth. Someone told her it would whiten them or something, and it like ate them away and screwed them up. And so she's always had like some kind of like cover up caps over her stuff. And she went to the dentist a few years ago, and they had to like pull a few teeth or something, and then they never followed up. And so then her teeth kind of shifted, and so she was really upset. She's been really depressed about the condition of her smile and stuff. And so she's been really looking forward to these implants for a while. And so I'm glad for her that she's going to be able to get the procedure done and get some confidence back and whatnot. You know, maybe it'll help her with being happier or whatnot. So that's pretty cool. You know, she's doing a major goal. She's getting a major goal done. I always think it's important to pursue the things you want. How far is she going? It's like a 2.5 hour drive, like a 2 hour something drive. And then she checks into the hotel, and then the next day for the appointment, she gets a shuttle that goes to the place and then brings her back and puts her back in the room and stuff. It's pretty far away. But I'm happy for her. She's been wanting to do it for a long time. Also, it'll be nice for me too. I'll be able to kind of have a little time to myself, you know, and get some things done around here. For some reason, 99,000 is where the cutoff is on these fronds. I just dropped in. I was already at 99,000. I just dropped in another 20,000, and it didn't go up. And I don't see another stack in here either. So I think that's the limit. And I noticed that, I believe, with the wood as well, maybe, that it like capped off at 99,000. So I'll have to pay a little more attention to that. Or maybe I'm tripping, but... Alright, we got the fiber, we got the thatch, we got pretty much the wood for the galleon. So now we need to go and get some metal. Time to go and get some heavy metal. And there's a whole bunch of copper on the middle island. Just raw, big boy copper. I'm gonna go get a load of it. Go get a load of that copper, man. Ooh, you see that shark in the shallows there? Holy smokes, look, he's hunting. Come on, Yogi. No, don't jump off, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Come on, Yogi. Oh, there he is, there he is, there he is. Alright. Let's tell him to stop following. Jump on him. Move him to the middle. There, that should be good. That'll work. We're going to the middle island, Yogi. We're going for some big copper. Because we're going to need raw metal for one. And we're going to need ingots as well. For cannons and stuff. So we got to take a ride to the middle island. It's not far. And it's packed full of copper. It's probably 30, 40 solid nodes of copper close to the shore. So it's a lot easier to get a nice quantity of metal from there. Woo, let's go. Stay put, Yogi. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. We're not going across any shimmers, so I'm not worried about him riding on the front. Ooh, treasure. Ooh. We'll drop in and grab this treasure real quick too. Make a little coin. A little coin. It costs 72 coins upkeep every 12 hours for the island. And then we also have to pay our mutes. They require coin as well, or they will get upset. Very upset. And we don't want that. She's probably going to have to eat applesauce and stuff for a while right after. Yeah, yeah. There's a jar in the fridge. I'm going to send it with her. But like I said, she's going a day early to get settled in, and she's going to get herself some groceries and things. Oh, this one might be buried in the sand. Let's go look. Ooh, there it is. Treasure. Ooh, 636 coins. Are you kidding me? Wow. That's a lot. That's actually a lot. I'm glad we stopped for that treasure. That was some good treasure. Oh yeah, we're just getting everything ready for the galleon. It's going to take some time to build, so I just want to make sure I have most of the resources ready to go before I start the build. There's nothing worse than getting like half your ship built and then you got to go farm more wood, or you know what I mean? So I'd rather just farm it all first. Have all the resources ready to go and then start the building process. Because it takes me, usually, even a small ship like a schooner, it takes me like an hour to 3 hours to build it, outfit it, paint it, scrub it down, get it ready for a good launch, salt the decks, christen it with a jar of mayonnaise. See this little potato man island? Oh, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. I wanted to explore this last time. I didn't get a chance to. There's a giant like pit to the center of the world here. Kind of wanted to see if I could jump in the diving suit and go have a little peek. We were in a hurry last time. We lost the claim of our island, so we were like in a mad hurry to get here. Let's take a little look here. See if I can dive down. I don't know how far away I can get from the ship, but this water hole was just like a big hole. Ooh, yeah, let's go look. It's probably just goes nowhere, but you know what? I'm in a diving suit. I'm going to look. It's kind of creepy, isn't it? Oh, there is a bottom. Okay. It's just a really deep hole, but okay. When you're here and you're looking down, you don't see the bottom, so you're like, I wonder how far down that goes. Come on, Yogi, get out here. Hey, boo boo, how about a picnic basket? I used to watch Yogi in the mornings when I was younger. Good old Yog. There we go. Look at all this big copper. If we had a rhino, we could just bump it, but we don't have a rhino, so I'll have to mine it. Oh, yeah. It's nice to have Fat Walk. I think I have Fat Walk. Let me check. No, I actually don't have Fat Walk. You can get it, I believe, from exploring. Yeah. Yeah, so you need to get the Veteran Explorer skill. And what that is discover pocket sand. You just got to go around and get a bunch of pocket sand, and then you can do, you'll have a 250% movement speed while encumbered. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. That big, thick copper. $388 with the pick. Let's try the hatchet, actually. See how much we get. Yeah, we get a lot less. Okay. So the pickaxe is still superior for mining metal. You do some maps later, Roland? Nice. Hell yeah. If I'm around, I'll do them. I'm definitely going to play later this evening. I might even fire up another stream tonight. If I'm going to be home alone and have nothing else to do, I'm just going to stream my ass off, I think. You know what I mean? Like, might as well. Fuck. Do a binge stream. Do one of those 24 hours. Oh boy, I've never done well with those. I've never done well with those streamathons. And I always hated, like, even if I did a streamathon and I was waking up, I went to bed or whatever, did like a sleeping phase. When I woke up the next day and had to like get right back on the stream, I didn't like it. I was like, oh, this sucks, dude. Like waking up to a stream that's already going and then going and getting in the chair. I didn't like it. I was like, oh, hell no. Hell no. To the no. Because I need a little bit of morning time, you know? When I wake up in the morning, I need like enough time to get a coffee, stretch, exercise, that kind of thing. Okay, this should be a lot of copper. Oh yeah, look at that. Boom, baby, that's so much copper. We can throw this crab wheel out. We don't need that. My clothes are in there too. I better get my clothes. Miss Gretchen, what are you doing naked?
Hey, listen here, lad. What I do when I'm out mining is my business, you see. It gets hot. It gets hot when I'm wielding this dang old pickaxe. Gah. Nah. Nah. This dang old pickaxe.
Boop. I can't get up there. That should be enough metal for what we're doing. We already have some metal. Like we already have a lot of iron too. But it's nice to have copper. You know, if it's this prevalent, then you might as well scoop it up. Get in there and scoop it up. I always like these nodes the best in the game. These metal nodes. They look like turquoise or something, kind of, you know? I like the color. There's some other cool ones, though. The iridium nodes look really nice. They kind of have a bismuth, like, crystals look to them. Bismuth. Pepto-bismuth. Ah. Oh shit, the bear's overweight? No. By how much? Oh, by a lot. Alright, we'll have to drop a little bit. The bear's at capacity. Damn. Alright, one more stack should be enough. Okay, let's go. Come on, dang old bear. I guess I gotta carry all this crap. Because I really don't want to leave all that. Come on, bear. I'm carrying more than you. Thought you were supposed to be the bear. Come on. We ain't leaving none behind. We're bringing it all. Oh yeah, we're bobbing in the water now, baby. Doing a little bobbing. Oh, bloop, 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 bloop. I was watching Vega go on a mission for crystal last night. And he found some. And he goes to mine it. And it was gems, dude, inside of a crystal. He goes, oh, good, I found some crystal. And he goes up to mine it. And it was gem inside. And so then he goes to the other side of the island. And he sees some gems on the mountain. And he's like, oh, well, maybe if the crystals back there were gems, then maybe these are crystals. He mines it. Gems. So both the crystal and the gems on that island were just gems. I had to giggle a little bit. A little giggling. Lucky for us, we actually had gems and crystal on our island in the same stone. Like the very same node was both of them. Yogi! Get out of the way, you dang old bear. Yogi. Yogi the bear. Alright, we can put this metal in here. Yeah, it is quite heavy. It's actually not overloading the ship, but we would be taking a speed hit if we sailed with that much weight on board. A little speed hit. Not that we're far away or anything. But if I'm sailing, I like to be zipping around. I like a little zip to my step. A zippopotamus. A what? A zippopotamus. What, you had never heard one? Come on, man. You never heard of the Zippo-P? Never heard of it. Why would it turn back around? I just spun that bear around. You son of Oh, squeeze through, you bear. Squeeze. Squeeze. Oh God, no, I'm stuck. No, I'm stuck. This is the part of Atlas that people usually like rage quit over, is hauling a bunch of heavy things around and loading and unloading the ships and stuff like that. I don't mind it too much. Once you know how to do it, it's all good. I gotta get the better fat walk. I think it's only like you go and you discover like maybe 10 islands or something, or 15 islands, and you'll get it. Get that fat walk. It helps. This bear is like stuck here. Come on, get out of there, you dang old bear. Alright, I gotta go up here. And then down here. Get him on the main deck. There we go. There you go. Yogi. Go ahead and ride right there, Yogi. Yogi Yogerson. It sounds kind of like Ole Logerson, huh? Dude, what if I made a character that was Ole's evil cousin? Yogi. Yogi Yogerson. No, that would be funny. Yogi Yogerson. I'm going to stop off at this island and get some pocket sand. I want to try and get that fat walk. That FW. Give me that fat walk. According to my discoveries, I do have 24 discoveries. That's pretty good. Oh, a pirate ship. Dead ahead.
Nah, they ain't no pirates. They're scallywags is what they are.
He's all out on his lonesome, dude. That's a perfect little target. If we had a battleship, if I was in a battleship, I would take that guy on. Send him to the bottom. We'll get the galleon up and running, and we'll definitely be sending some of those to the bottom. This is a pretty cool island, too. Oh, we just hit a sandbar. We almost sank the ship right then and there. Holy smokes, we just hit a sandbar. Whoa, you didn't see that, chat. Nobody clip it. Nobody clip it. We just hit a sandbar. Nobody clip it. Sandbar? More like crab bar.
Ah, yeah, the relaxing ocean. What a beautiful beach. What a beautiful paradise.
Just gonna get some pocket sand real quick. See if it gives me the fat walk. Nope, not quite. 28 discoveries, so it's 2 points per. We get 2 discovery points per island. And the skills here doesn't really say how many you need to get, though. Veteran Explorer skill. On a larger map like this, Probably have to explore like at least a quarter of the islands. So I don't know. Maybe like 20, 30 islands worth. So yeah, we're probably not going to get it before we build the galleon. It is helpful though, because carrying around all those planks and gun ports and stuff is just as heavy as farming materials. Alright, let's go. We got a ship hull full of metal. A delicious ship hull full of metal. Aye, we be smuggling. We're smuggling. Miss Gretchen, you're so smug. Aye, laddie, we be smuggling. We be smuggling. Oh yeah, baby, we're gonna make a galleon. And it's gonna be tough. All right. Grab old Mr. Yogi here. And make sure to get him properly back on shore. Mr. Yogi, Mr. Yogi. There we go. I can move this giraffe as well. A little closer to the pens. Yep. There's our farming tames. Those are the 3 main farming tames. We get wood, thatch, fiber, haul things around. You know, it's pretty important. They can defend themselves against. We have some rattlesnakes and we do have some bees and stuff. I saw 1 scorpion on the other side of the island. Now there is the off chance that there's like an alpha that comes around, which are a bit tough. They could kill the animals. Alright, let's go unload the metal. This is the heavy part. We have to fat walk it in. Do a little fat walking. Alright, so the best way to do this is come in, open the inventory, and then popcorn it out. It all pops right there. So go on in. Pop, 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 popcorn. It all drops right here. Pick it all up. 8,000 metal. And then just basically fat walk it in, you know? And you can do the punching trick. It's not that bad. It's better than doing 10, 15 trips of 1 stack of metal each trip. Just grab it all and fat walk it in. There we go. Made it in. Now we're up to almost 10,000 copper, which is a pretty good amount. $10,000 copper. Only 1,000 iron. But we are gathering iron from our own island here. Although there's not much in there. Because we've been trading a little bit for So one of the trades that I have trades our iron for any random of their metals. So, you know, whatever the metal they're putting up, we're sending iron for it. Hookbeak died. We needed coin from the coffers for a service and a new parrot. Internal. Sometimes you get a parrot egg out of it. I remember 1B. I've seen them on a different server before. Go through, grab a quick harvest of this, and then I'm probably going to get out of here and get a little lunch and see what's going on upstairs. But I'm very comfortable that the majority of the materials farmed for the galleon, and so we're going to be, I'll probably be working on that a little later today. It's a big project, so it's going to probably take me like today, tonight, and tomorrow morning too, I would think. The galleon. Ooh, let me bring all this out here. This crew resource silo is a preserver as well. So I've been throwing all the veggies in there. It also preserves. Like big time preserves. Okay. Alright. There it is. Nyah, nyah, nyah. Nice, dude. Look at the frickin' the Sea Hags painting. Me sailing, dude. I like that, dude. That looks cool. It's a good thumbnail. We'll use that one tomorrow. Is there anyone else playing on the server? No, just me? Well then. Who can we raid? We gotta have some friends online, I would think. We got any friends on? Nobody's playing Atlas today in the Atlas category, just me. Just me. We're gonna push it forward. Is a lady that I know. We've been following each other on Instagram for a while. Her name's Megan Returns. She's a fantastic streamer from the UK. Does a lot of variety. She's very pretty. And so we're going to show a little community love, a little support. We're going to raid Megan Returns today. A fellow streamer that I've met probably in the last year or two. It's really nice. And like I said, she's been very supportive on Instagram. She likes and comments and, you know. So I really appreciate that. I'd like to show a little support and send some folks her way. Get her, she just started her stream, so we'll just get her jumping off a little bit. Thanks again, guys, for stopping by the stream today. You guys are amazing. We gathered enough materials to start making a galleon. That's our next major goal. And so if you're new here, don't forget to follow before you go. And again, we're over on YouTube as well. If you can like and subscribe over there, that would be nice. We're pushing a goal. If we can get 500 subscribers on YouTube, we can get partnered there. And Kick, luckily, would also auto partner me if I got partnered there. So that's kind of nice. It's like a 2-for-1. All we need is some followers on YouTube. Anyway, guys, thanks again. Hello. Have a good day. And we will see you on the next stream. Yo, Verdello, dude, what up? We're just leaving. Anyways, I'll probably be back later. Bye.